of the Committees on Public Safety and Public Works. I am Vincent Piccirilli. I'm the Chair of Public Works. We have Councilor Feltner, who is the Chair of Public Safety. Councilor Palumba is the Vice Chair of Public Works and the Secretary of Public Safety, and Councilor Woodland is the Secretary of Public Works. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss updates to the hazard mitigation plan for Watertown. And we are lucky to have from Mr. Pillsbury, Martin Pillsbury from the MAPC, who assists cities and towns in the Boston metro area for doing their hazard mitigation plans. And he helped develop the plan that we last adopted in May of 2012. Is that correct? We have the Superintendent of Public Works, Jerry Me. We have Robert Quinn, the Fire Chief, and we have Steve Magoon, who is our Director of Community Development Planning and the Assistant Town Manager. And this sort of is at the intersection of Public Works, Public Safety, and Planning. So it's good that we have everybody here.
Just want to be, am I taking notes, or are you doing this?
Oh, I have them, yeah.
Okay, so Kenny's going to take notes, and we should be all set. So without further ado, if anybody wants to make an introduction or you want to go right to the presentation, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Could I make a statement or two?
Just Tony.
Yeah, well, I had an engaging time reading this. I mean, it was fascinating reading. And all joking, it was interesting. I mean, but I did want to just mention something that popped out at me, and I'm not sure whether if you look on page 1 of the previous document, we have a definition of what is hazardous mitigation. And then if you look on page 49, is it, or 41? I think it's 49. I had this before the meeting started. It must have been 41. There's a different definition, and I just wanted to acknowledge that, if I might, before you start.
Both of them say, what is hazard mitigation? And both of them have slightly, it's 41.
Oh, 41, I
Top
thought
of 41, and it's the bottom paragraph on page 1, so.
But it's interesting because in 40, on the page 1, it reads, natural hazardous mitigation planning is the process of figuring out how to reduce or eliminate the loss of life, property from natural hazards such as floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes, which is what was talked about throughout. And yet when we came to this other definition on page 41, it says hazard mitigation means to permanently reduce or alleviate the loss of life, injuries, and property resulting from natural and human-made hazarduses through long-term strategies. So in one, we talk about not only natural from nature, but in the second definition, which I think is more appropriate given the thing we just had our meeting about, but it says human-made hazards. So I'm just at one point when you make the presentation, Mr. Pillsbury, if you could just speak to the difference between those two. Thank you.
I'll maybe throw out my 2 cents on that. What the heck, since I'm already standing up here?
I didn't mean to leave you out, Steve.
I guess I would suggest that there's really not that big a distinction between the two. For example, we have a man-made dam on the Charles River, which has a lot of impacts on when you have a natural event that creates flooding, where that flooding actually occurs. So is that a natural or is that a man-made? It's really some of both. If you have a fire that started in an area that has a lot of natural fuel for that fire? Is that because a man-made fire, or is it because you've created a natural environment that has a lot of, fuel for that fire to become a hazard? So I would suggest that both definitions really include both, that it really isn't that great a distinction, but be curious to hear what Martin has to say. In terms of introduction, I was just going to say real briefly that, this is, while maybe not fascinating bedtime reading, it is an important document in terms of taking an assessment of some of those hazards in town. And, the first part of trying to address some of those things is to be aware of those. And I think the other thing that's important to mention, again, the previous discussion and the previous discussion of that discussion, which talked about, doing some planning around climate change and hazard mitigation in terms of the MVP program. This is an important component of that as well. So while they're all subsets of things, hopefully that bigger effort will bring all those things together into one cohesive document. So again, this is an important piece of that as well. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to have us give a presentation about this plan. Once again, my name is Martin Pillsbury. I'm the Director of Environmental Planning at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, MAPC, which I'm sure you all know, but just in case you don't, it's the regional planning agency for the greater Boston area, to which Watertown and all the surrounding towns around here are members. And we provide planning and technical assistance on a host of issues, including this one here, developing local hazard mitigation plans. And so what I have for you tonight is a PowerPoint to summarize the work. We're at a point now where we're in mid-process, but actually getting into the home stretch of preparing the town's new plan. And my computer is giving me a little signal that I have to get rid of that. So I will launch into this, but let's keep it informal. As you say, these documents are very dense and full of a lot of data. They're not exactly riveting reading. And taking a dense document like that and trying to boil it down into a PowerPoint is, I'm not going to say this is going to be the greatest hit on Netflix, but hopefully it is relevant to the town. You'll find some useful things there. And if there's any questions as we go along, don't hesitate to ask. So to begin with, you see a number of logos on the title page here: FEMA, MEMA, DCR, and MAPC, working with the town. That's because really this kind of a project is a joint effort that involves all of those different agencies. And you'll see a little bit more about why that is. So why is the town doing this plan? It's under the overarching program set up by FEMA at the national level of pre-disaster mitigation, which was set in motion by a law passed in 2000 called the Disaster Mitigation Act. And while that act does not require towns and cities to have one of these plans, it's not an unfunded mandate, they put a very strong incentive in there for communities to have a plan in place. If you do, then you are eligible to apply for a number of different FEMA grants, mitigation grants, which can pay for actual projects on the ground, drainage improvements and things of that sort. So to actually do some of the mitigation that might need to be done. So they put their grants out there and they make them contingent on having an approved plan in place. As was mentioned here, Watertown's first plan was prepared in 2012 and it must now be updated. These plans have to go through a cycle of being renewed every 5 years. And so this plan will meet FEMA's requirements when it's completed and will help the town make good use of its resources and make some grants available to you. So talking about this question that you asked about the definitions, essentially, I think there's room for thinking about this in different ways. Essentially, these are largely natural hazards mitigation plan. Now, I think a good point was made. Human beings intervene in natural resources and create situations and cause situations that maybe exacerbate a hazard, and that's kind of one of the things we're looking at. I mean, another example could be, if somebody builds right on the floodplain and then it floods, was that a human-caused disaster or was that a natural? Well, it was kind of like a joint effort, right? And so we're looking at all of the different categories of natural hazards. That's the important thing about these plans. is that they sometimes get called all natural hazards plans. So the categories of hazards that we look at in these plans include those that are very common and occur frequently, or may occur frequently, such as flooding and high winds and winter storms. And they also include hazards that occur very infrequently, or maybe have actually never happened, but could, even with a low probability, could happen. All of these are at least looked at. More attention is obviously paid to those that happen more frequently where there's a greater risk. But we're looking at flooding at high winds, which could come from a number of different kinds of storms, hurricanes, nor'easters, tornadoes, even just thunderstorms, winter storms, snow and ice events, brush fires in open land areas. So again, distinguishing that from a house fire or building fire, which you have all the time in towns like this, we're looking where there might be lands that might burn. Sometimes that can affect neighboring buildings. It's possible. Certainly a good example of this is a national program. If we were in California, we'd be talking a lot about fires. Here, it's considered, there's a little bit of an issue about it, but it's magnitude, nothing like that. Earthquakes and landslides, likewise. We get a few minor earthquakes in this part of the country every now and then. Geologists tell us that it's possible we can get a pretty big one. Not very likely, but it's not impossible. So we should think about that. In fact, if you go back to the 1700s, apparently there was a pretty big one in the colonial era right off the coast of Cape Ann, which was felt, what they say, so far away in Boston that it made plates shake off the shelves in Beacon Hill. So we can get a bigger earthquake. Not likely, but we have to think about that. Extreme temperatures, well, that's something we're seeing more of, both hot and cold, and drought, something that is cyclical. We don't get it very often, but we've had droughts in this region. There was a really big drought in the 1960s, a minor one in the 80s, and we just had a mini drought in 2016. So that's something we need to think about as well. So we're really looking at trying to cover all the different hazards. And if you may recognize that photo where Watertown was made famous in the press just about 6 months ago, or I guess it was in March, that unfortunate incident right along, I think that's Arsenal Street. So what is hazard mitigation? There's your definition. Now, there's really no one standard definition. I think, FEMA issues them, MEMA issues them. It's not a legal definition, put it that way. And I also have just boiled things down to a PowerPoint, so it may not be as long and complicated as you see in the full text of the plan. But the idea, I think the same thing you may have mentioned, Councilor, is to prevent loss of life, injuries, and property damage here's the key, using long-term strategies before a disaster happens. So, and that's why this is often called pre-disaster mitigation. There's an awful lot of planning that goes into disaster response and disaster recovery, and you already have plans of that sort in place. What pre-disaster mitigation does, and it was a new thing when it came along with that Disaster Act of 2000, so it's a relatively new addition to the arsenal of planning, is to think not only about the post-disaster, but what can communities do pre-disaster to make themselves a little more resilient and to reduce their vulnerability to hazards. To do that, we sort of asked two questions. What preventative actions, with the focus on what's preventative, right? What preventative actions are already being taken now to reduce future risks? And the community is already doing quite a bit. You've been living with many of these threats over the years. It's not the first time you thought about them at all. But this is an opportunity to look at them kind of in a comprehensive way all in one place. And then more importantly than knowing what you do already, what additional actions can be taken in the future to reduce your vulnerability and increase your resilience. So that's really the goal for doing these kinds of plans. And at the FEMA level, why that act was passed back in 2000 was, across the country, maybe in other places a bit more than in Watertown, but there's often this cycle of disaster, rebuild, re-disaster, rebuild, re-disaster. I mean, just some places it seems to never end, especially along the coast in some cases. But the whole idea was, FEMA had set up programs across the country to recover, to respond and to recover from disasters, and so that was being called upon and called upon and called upon, and they at one point said, can we intervene in this cycle? Can we interrupt this cycle? We probably can never completely stop it, but can we slow down this cycle? Can we do things in a pre-disaster mode that would actually make them, when the disasters happen, cause less damage, cause less financial damage, human loss, and all of those things. So that's the goal and why these programs are put in place. How do we go about doing a hazard mitigation program? There's kind of a number of tools that go into making a plan like this. The first one is various kinds of prevention and property protection. Public education is part of it because the public owns property, whether it's residences or small local businesses. There's certain things that they can do that would actually help protect themselves better, and just to be aware of what the risks are. Natural resources protection, where you can let Mother Nature do the job for you, is create buffers for flooding and for storm events and that sort of thing. But that's where how you arrange your land use and protect certain kinds of open space actually contributes to hazard mitigation. Structural projects. In some cases, it comes down to you're already in a fairly well-developed, mature region. There's a lot of development here. The only way you're going to really protect yourself in some cases is to build different kinds of infrastructure, whether that's improving drainage, modifying dams, and coastal works for coastal communities. So the structural projects can be a big part of this. And in fact, some of those are what the funding from FEMA could be available to help with once a plan is approved. And then emergency services protection. The idea here, again, this is not an emergency response plan, but we want to make sure that the facilities that the emergency responders rely on themselves are protected. My favorite example of this is there was a police station up in the town of, I think it was Reading or North Reading, that was the first place to flood. It was built near a river, and it was the first place to flood. And then their capability to then assist the rest of the residents was curtailed. They built a mitigation project, a structural project that protected that area from the flood waters, and now they have a more integral facility that's going to be able to survive and can remain operable and help the rest of the town out when there is a disaster. So that's just an example of that sort of thing. What's the process that we use to put these plans together? Well, first of all, I'm here today because MAPC provides technical assistance to Watertown and a number of other communities to put these plans together under the auspices of a MEMA grant, which the town has from MEMA. And it's actually ultimately FEMA funding from the federal that MEMA at the state level administers. The town coordinates this effort through its local hazard mitigation team, who thankfully are with us tonight. And I will sing the praises of this team because their knowledge of this town is just amazing, and their willingness and capability to come and contribute into what we needed to get into this local information, local knowledge. That's what we rely on these local teams for, and they've been just so helpful with that. And in the process, holding 2 public meetings, one during the plan development, which is what we're doing tonight. There will be one further public meeting, which will be when we have a draft plan completely put together and we can actually present the draft plan. And as far as I understand, that's already scheduled for January 8th. So that would be before the full council on January 8th. At that point, we'll have the plan drafted. It'll be available for the public. It'll go on the town's website for the general public, anyone in town to look at, and if they have any questions or comments, submit those. So that's where we are on the process. The first of 2 public meetings tonight, and we can expect that second one a little more than a month. The way we put these plans together is go through a process of first identifying what are the hazards and mapping them out on a whole series of GIS maps, and I'll show you a few examples of those. So first you need to know what are your threats, what are you facing? And then inventorying and mapping what we call the critical facilities. So what in town is vulnerable to these hazards? We'll talk a little more about those and show a map as well. And then we do an assessment of risks and vulnerabilities, which does some estimation of costs and financial impact of some of the impacts. Then we look at what your existing mitigation is already. So what's the baseline? The town has already gotten a lot of measures in place. For instance, just to name a few, you have a floodplains zoning regulation. You have a number of different projects that help with this issue. But then that allows us to do kind of a gap analysis. What else could you do? What could you do that would augment your resilience in the community beyond what you're doing already? Based on that, we come up with a list of recommended mitigation strategies. That is the heart of the plan, a list of recommended strategies. And where we are in the process right now is somewhere between 4 and 5. We've finished the first 4 steps, and we're about 80 or 90% done with that number 5th. When that's done, we'll have everything we need to have the draft plan put together. Hold the second public meeting, and then there will be a process by which that plan gets submitted to MEMA and to FEMA for their review and approval. So that's the overall process. The first step in that process, again, is hazard identification and mapping. So we do this on a sort of a tiered level. We start with what information we can get from federal agencies like the FEMA floodplain mapping, USGS hydrologic information from stream flows and that sort of thing. There's a northeast hurricane information we can get from the Army Corps. There's just lots of different sources we can get at a fairly high level, bring them down to Watertown. Then we look at what's available at the state level for data and information about a lot of these hazards through the state's hazard mitigation plan. I should mention that the state has a plan like this for the whole state, just the way you do and the other towns have at the local level. And then most importantly, that third bullet, then get that local flavor into the plan. Find out from our local team where are the local hazards on the ground that really sometimes has never been really documented or written down in a formal plan before, but it's in the heads of the folks who actually go out and respond to these things. And that's part of the value of this process, is documenting that sort of formally and laying it out. So examples, locally identified hazard areas, a few areas that have been identified by the team. Most of them flood areas, but a few that have some brush fire potential, some open land of that sort, some floodplain areas, and some other areas that are low-lying drainage problems. They're not necessarily in a formally designated floodplain, but the stormwater could back up on roads and properties, et cetera. So we have that mapped out in our GIS system. All of those are put together. And this is the map for the whole town that gives the range of what we have developed for that. I know it's even now a little hard to read that at the scale, but in the plan you can take a closer look at it. And that gives you an idea. This is one of a series of 8 maps that are in the plan that document different aspects of the hazards. Critical facilities, again, the different kinds of facilities. Now, this is a list that has a little bit of everything on it. When we say critical facilities, they're critical for different reasons. Some of these items are on the list because they provide utility for the town to respond to hazards. So where's the police, the fire, the public works facilities that you would call upon to provide resources, to provide utility? Where are the sites, on the other hand, that would require assistance? So maybe that's nursing homes, elderly housing, daycare, that sort of thing, populations that may need help in an emergency. And then thirdly, where are the critical infrastructure? And that's where you look at your dams, pumping stations, communications, and that sort of thing. So all of those things are on this list. It's kind of mixed together in all 3 categories of lists. I know you can't read it in detail, but I just give you a flavor. There are 82 sites that the town identified on this, and actually I think the previous plan had 62, so we've identified, this is an update, we've identified a few more, taken off a few that were obsolete from the previous plan and updated them. And they're all mapped. So there's an inventory that shows them listed out, and then you can find them located where they are on the map. Again, you're not going to see that too clearly here, but these are all different little green dots, if you notice the green dots on this map. Each one is one of those sites. It has a little site identifying number by each dot, which correlates to the table in the plan that gives you the attributes of that site. The vulnerability analysis looks at what kind of damage might the town expect. This is a kind of a scenario planning piece where FEMA has developed a computer program called HAZUS-MH, which stands for Hazard US Multi-Hazard. And it's capable of estimating different scenarios of hurricanes, earthquakes, and flooding. And we went in and used that software and put it in for Watertown specifically under a 100-year and a 500-year hurricane scenario, under a magnitude 5 and 7 earthquake, et cetera. You can see the wide range of potential financial damages, and obviously the biggest on this are the earthquake, but also that's, as we mentioned, something that is not very likely to happen, especially not at magnitude 7. So some of these are just in there for maybe framing the issue, but it's not really what we would expect. Even a magnitude 5 would be higher than historically normal around here. But on the other hand, the hurricanes, we get them, and 100-year hurricanes, we get them once in a while. So some of these might not actually be completely, far-fetched to consider. And then we pivot to start to look at what are the mitigation strategies. Identifying the mitigation measures to be recommended in the plan, we start by asking what are the gaps, what actions will further reduce damages, and what are the priorities. So we start by what are your existing. This is what you have in place already. It's sort of grouped and categorized by type of hazard. And then there's a few at the beginning of the list what we call multi-hazard because they serve for numerous types of hazards. So there's a lot in place already, as we would expect. And there's things that we're working on now that will be looking at the gap analysis and figure out some ways that some of these can be augmented, and that will become the basis of the final recommendations, which we'll have in the plan when we come back to the next meeting. So this is the process we'll be using for next steps. Is that we will assist the local team to finalize and prioritize recommended mitigation measures for the plan, then complete the draft plan document, hold the public meeting, which I mentioned has already been scheduled for January 8th. And after that comment period, that will be available for this board, for the council, for the general public to comment on. We'll then submit that plan to MEMA and FEMA for their review. The plan approval and adoption process is the draft plan gets reviewed sequentially, first by MEMA, then by FEMA. At each stage, they could ask us to make some revisions or additions. It's possible. If they do, we'll do that. And then once FEMA is, the ultimate decider is FEMA in this. MEMA passes it on, reviews of it, passes it on. FEMA has the authority to actually approve the plan. And they do that in 2 steps. Once they're happy with the content of the plan, they think it meets all the requirements, they will issue the town what they call as notice of approval pending adoption. It means the plan itself for content is approved. All you need to do is adopt the plan. The town council would do that through a simple vote of adopting the plan, and then FEMA will issue your formal plan approval, which is good for 5 years, for the next 5 years, and during that whole 5-year period, you will then again be eligible for these FEMA grants, rather. So we're getting near this part of the process. I expect all of this will happen this coming winter and early spring, and that's the timeline. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them, including what's wrong with this picture.
I'll start with Councilor Feltner.
Well, I was just wondering, I don't know if this is maybe more of a emergency response plan. I was just wondering about, there was no mention of pets, or I think maybe one mentioned just acknowledging there's wildlife because of the river and flooding. Is that?
You're right that that's an emergency response type of
Yeah,
issue.
okay.
Absolutely is. So I can't answer what that is, but the town has those plans elsewhere.
I was just thinking when you identify vulnerabilities, or you were talking about daycares, obviously we're thinking of centers, but I was just,
Well,
I know our animal control.
For
officer,
instance,
sure.
I mean, there's good, here could be an example right there. These are all judgment calls. There's no definition of what has to be on this list.
Okay.
But vulnerable populations,
Yeah.
if you were thinking about that in terms of extending that concept to pets, maybe you would say veterinarian offices would be on the list,
Right.
as well as daycare centers,
Yeah.
which we could do. There's a few of them in town. And
Yeah, I was just thinking that in like service dogs, with,
Yeah.
with Perkins School for the Blind, but also veterans, I mean,
I think
So I was just
Perkins is
wondering if-
probably on that list already, to tell you the truth, but I'll double check that.
Okay.
Yeah, and things like, that would be, when you're trying to identify a place-based, I mean,
Yeah.
pets exist within homes all throughout the
Right.
town. But if there's a place where there's a concentration, that would probably be a veterinarian facility or other kind of a boarding. I know there's a boarding facility down right on Pleasant Street, isn't there?
yeah, and like our animal control officer I know we're short of space for their work. And I
Well,
don't
and
know
if there's a town facility, then we could add that too if we don't have it already. Yeah, we can look into that. It's a good
Okay.
suggestion, yeah.
Thanks.
Tony?
I had a few questions, if I might. First off, that list of 82, how many of those, were there any changes in terms of the top ones, the ones that are needed for responding, as opposed to the ones that are for services?
I may have to defer that question to the chief, but I don't think there were any changes in that category, because I mean.
Seem to be the most important, not that the
Yeah, I mean,
vulnerability ones.
compared to the last plan, I don't believe you have a different fire station, a different.
Right.
So those facilities probably haven't. So in that grouping, I don't think that's changed.
And then the question is, in the first plan, in this plan, there was a series of meetings, well, not a series, there were 2 other meetings that had to do with our communities around us.
yes.
Is that, no longer do we do that?
That's not part of this process anymore, right?
We don't have to do that.
No, you don't have to. And we didn't have to do that back then. It wasn't required. That was, I'll tell you how that came about. And as the regional planning agency, we thought, wouldn't it be a good idea? There's a lot of towns doing these plans all at the same time to kind of not only work on them individually, but have a forum that we could group them together and talk about common issues. That did make a lot of sense. However, when it came to actually finishing all the plans that each town, what FEMA wants to see is an actual plan for each city or town, and as the ultimate product of the process. And when you had a group, as we did, of, I forget how many, 10 or so different communities, inevitably some will get through the process before others. In some cases, quite a few months before others. It's just, you can't always force the process, right? And so the timing issue of getting a group of communities kind of all on the same page and moving together at the same time, we learned the hard way, nice idea, but it doesn't really work. So yeah, so this time around, and by now, because different communities had gotten their first plans over different times, their 5-year renewals are coming up at different times. So now they're really not, it's like herding cats to try to get them all in one place, yeah.
Can you put back the slide that showed the existing, right?
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
there. So so these are the things that we do now.
That's right.
And now we have the stormwater ordinance in place, which wasn't done when we did
Right.
this plan. I'm wondering if there's a possibility to share just a little bit. You said they were only 80% through, almost finished. But can you share with us a little bit of the, some of the additions that you're recommending?
okay,
I know
so-
there's no
yep.
slide for it, but
Right.
is it a?
Those aren't fully fleshed out yet, but generally speaking, I can give you a flavor for that, and that is, for one thing, there are a couple of categories of hazards that are not on this list at all. That we had extreme temperatures, we had drought, and those actually weren't even, the list of what the hazards that need to be addressed in the plan has actually expanded since that earlier plan. What it is, the state has a list, and the town and city plans have to like address everything that's on that state list. The state list back in 2010 or 11 was shorter than it is now. That's gotten to be larger. The state passed a new hazard mitigation plan in 2013, and so now we're going to have to address a few other categories of hazards that weren't.
Such as?
Drought, extreme temperatures, a few things of that sort. Earthquakes, well, we mentioned it here, but I think we'll probably want to look a little bit more carefully at some of these that, even though they're not high probability, there's just maybe a little more look at them. And winter storms, I think a little bit more, so a little more robust look at some of those areas. Then the other thing is, it's asking me to plug in, I thought I was. Is this turned on? That'll do it every time. I'm glad we plugged in. The other thing is that for flooding, which is the most predominant type of hazard, we'll be looking at, are there any local drainage improvement projects? And I yet have to meet with Public Works folks to go over the details of some of those, but between now and when we finalize the plan, those will be added as well. So those are some of the things you'll see.
That you're just going to see that are addition to what's here?
Right.
Okay. And then maybe this is more of a question for it, and I understand maybe I should know this, but I'll ask it anyway. Have we used any of the money, have we applied for any of the funds that are available because we have a mitigation plan in place, which makes us qualify for some of the FEMA/MEMA funds? Have we ever applied for any?
I will say, while that's an incentive, it's still a high bar. Applying for those, you're allowed to apply for, all it is give you an entry ticket. Now you can apply for these grants. It doesn't mean you're going to get one. And they are very competitive and they are very difficult to apply for. I wouldn't discourage you from thinking about it, but I'm just being realistic that you have to do, for an individual project, you have to do a full-fledged cost-benefit analysis, which you must use FEMA's cost-benefit methodology, which is pretty rigorous, of like looking, it's never all that hard to come up with all the costs. You can figure out what a project is likely to cost. But to justify it, there has to be a cost benefit of at least 1-to-1, and you have to quantify all the benefits, some of which are really not all that easy to quantify. And then compare that to the cost and make sure that all the benefits add up, and there are numerous, say, categories, to at least as much as what the cost will be. So it's challenging. On that being said, communities around the Commonwealth do apply for them and do get grants, and you could do it. Once this plan is approved, you probably want to take a look at it. Are there some projects that could benefit from that funding?
Well,
But, yeah.
could any of the work that we're doing on the, no, it's a stretch. I was thinking of the stormwater stuff we have to do.
Mr. Me, maybe you could just come up, or maybe if you just pass him the microphone? Okay.
I think the answer is that we very well possibly could down the road in the future. And I think the other thing that helps along the lines is you could have DCR apply for a grant in DCR, and applying for a grant in a community that meets the requirements is beneficial as well. And we've been focusing on water and sewer for a long time. The time will come for the drain. And I think that regardless of the funding, there's major benefits of this and the whole team working together. But down the road, I could see us applying for funding, even with the difficulty and the rigorous challenges.
So could it be for that money that is needed for the stormwater to get that title that we need to?
No. I believe not.
That's more sewage and flow infiltrate.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not for the MS4 permit, if that's what you're per se. However, that's a very large process which may include within it some individual projects. So if you break it down to some individual on-the-ground projects that might come out of that, those projects potentially could be candidates for this kind of funding.
Thank you very much.
Kenny, did you have a question?
No.
Lisa, but before you, can I just ask one question? So one of the things, like a grant, so like looking at this list, dams is on that. And there's been some talk with the Charles River Watershed Association of, should the dam was last repaired, I want to say 1964, something like that. And it's been a long time now, 50 years. And, the condition of it, somebody said, well, instead of repairing it, would it make more sense to breach it and remove the dam?
Which has happened in some other communities.
And if that's, there's a cost to that, obviously,
right,
but,
right.
The cost to repairing the dam or replacing the dam, which could be $100 million.
Very expensive, right.
Versus saying, well, can we get a grant to, remove the dam? Does that make more sense? Is that the kind of thing we're talking about?
Yes, except for the
these
fact,
grants?
with that particular example, if I'm not mistaken, that would actually be a DCR.
It was a DCR, and this would be a
responsibility.
joint.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, if that's.
If you had a town-owned dam, and some of the other towns we work with do, then actually that could be something to look at. But what's more common than dams is drainage improvements, better newer culverts, a realignment of drainage where it's odd and it clogs up and everything of that sort. That's a more typical type of project, and some of them aren't really huge dollars, but if you can get a federal grant to pay 75% of it, even if it's a couple $100,000, it helps the town, right? So that's the kind of thing I would say is more likely.
Lisa?
Oh, just a short question. When I was looking, the state, well, there were a couple different links from the state, and Watertown maps were out of date, still showed the old police station, and so
From the
that's
state,
all the
this
kind
is? From the state, I'm sorry?
Yeah, and you look at flood zones and they're identified, so, but you're saying that's the kind of thing, the GIS, that's all getting updated,
Yes.
and does MAPC incorporate, what we put here, so that the state and MAP, there's a consistency of,
We would hope so. We certainly make this available back to the state, and
Okay.
in doing this in multiple towns and cities around the region, eventually we build up, maybe not wall-to-wall coverage, but a large, and doing these kinds of plans on the ground level in a community provides an opportunity to look very specifically at this kind of mapping in a way that the DCR or the state, with 351 cities and towns, is never going to be able to do. So, that's right. Yeah.
okay.
I think there's still a question of what does it take for that data to work its way through the pipeline?
Right, that's.
And get used? I can't answer that because we're
Okay.
not, but we'll certainly make it available.
Okay. So David Stokes is the chairman of our Stormwater Advisory Committee. And I
very
just
good.
want to offer, David, did you have any comments or want to make anything? Okay, so we do have.
Stormwater, good luck to you, sir.
We did create a Stormwater Advisory Committee, I want to say in 2010, so,
Very
you know,
good.
we're trying to get
Right.
that moving, or 2000, yeah, I think it was
Right.
2010.
Well, I know with one of my other hats on, because I do a lot of work with MS4 permitting issues and certain aspects of it, and as you probably know, there's an informal coalition of Charles River communities, which Watertown has been attending and participating in. I think their most recent meeting, is it Matt in your department? Yeah, was at that meeting just about 2 weeks ago. I go to most of those meetings. One of the folks in the Public Works in Newton is helping organize the group and just, provide meeting space and all of that. So I think it's great that you're participating in a regional effort because there's a lot of learning and sharing between communities and not having to reinvent the wheel completely, so.
Was that Maria Rose by any chance? From
Yes, there was. You know
Oh,
Maria?
she's a Watertown resident, and she's on our Conservation.
There you
Commission.
go. Well, okay. So
And
you,
Potentially on our.
yeah, she's a powerhouse, absolutely.
So anyways, all right, do you guys have any other comments from this? So the next step would be, so there's really nothing for us to approve here. So the public hearing, so other than this committee recommending a move to a public hearing at the town council at January 8th, will a draft of the plan, obviously, if there's going to be a public hearing on a draft plan, will that
Yeah.
draft plan be available on the town website or?
Yes, it will, and I'll just say, I don't know what your internal process is, but FEMA does not require this to be a formal public hearing, just a presentation to the public, a public information session. And sometimes that gives you more procedural flexibility and and all of that. So you do what you need to do as a body, but it doesn't have to be, and in fact, in most cases, it really isn't stated to be a formal public hearing, so.
So I guess that goes to Mr. Magoo. Would that just be an informational presentation? And, or do we want the public to be able to ask questions? So then it would be a public hearing.
Because we're going to vote, right?
But there would be no
There's
vote.
no vote needed at that time, and so just to be clear, when the plan goes into FEMA and MEMA and they review it, once they've approved it, that's when it comes back to the full council for a vote to simply adopt the plan.
So not really January 8th?
There's no action needed at the January meeting.
Okay.
No, it's just the requirement
Oh.
is that there be two public meetings. So this is one satisfies the first public meeting, and thank you for everybody, for the public who's here.
Right.
The second public meeting will be January 8th, and I think this committee, we can just close out with a recommendation that it be placed on the January 8th Town Council agenda for a public hearing to get comments from the public on the draft plan.
And to that effect, your other question, it will be placed, the draft plan will be placed on the town website at that time, and we'll keep it up there for, I don't know, a week or two. There's no formal need, but, just give some folks time after that meeting, if they want to review it and comment back. to
Yeah,
us.
the way we do things, every document that's presented at a town council meeting is linked
Good.
to
Yep.
an
Well,
agenda.
that's what we'd
So
want to do
10 years
that.
now, people will come back and they want to say, what was that draft plan
Yeah,
they looked
right.
at in January of 2019? It'll still be there. So
Good.
So that's just sort of the way we do it.
Eventually, you can put your final plan up there, too.
And then
but, yeah.
when we have the town council meeting to vote on the final plan will be also
Yes.
there. So
Right.
we just like to create a paper trail for the
Very good.
public so they can find everything.
Very good.
They can look at everything that we looked at.
Transparency, that's what we're all about.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to that, what we just discussed.
To have a public hearing as part of the town council meeting on Jan 8th.
For presentation and comments from the public, but no vote of the town council.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah, just procedurally,
Yeah.
Mark sets the agenda, just.
Well, that would be our
by
recommendation.
charter, yeah.
That would be our recommendation.
Sure.
There is, realizing there is a time limit that we're under, when we picked the date to this meeting, we tried to fit in within the time, because when is it, we need to do the submittal to, I want to say February, you said February or something?
I really want to get it in January,
But January, so that's why.
just to give time for the MEMA and FEMA review so we can get back to you.
So that's why we kind of just try, that's why we're having a date in December, so. So that would just be our recommendation.
Yes,
Obviously, it's
we
up to the
recommend it.
council president
Okay.
to do that.
And we'll do everything we can to make that presentation as streamlined as they need. I know there'll be a lot of other business on their plate, but we'll, you know,
Okay,
work with the
Great.
timing.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, thank you,